we should be good right now. What's going on, everybody? Today, what we have is the newest release from Axial. This is the new Axial SCX10-3, basically an all-new car. Uses almost nothing from the previous, model of of SCX10, other than the wild board drive shafts and the ring and pinion gears. But other than that, pretty much everything is new. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Let's see. Again, hopefully someone can just give me a check, make sure that my audio is good. Let's see. As we go, I've opened this box, but I haven't dug into any of the parts, so that should be all we need to check out. All right, so this one is a little bit different than Axial kits in the past, just as far as like how everything's packed and made. We got the new Jeep JL body. I'm a fan of this. I like the size, I like the detail, I like that it's pre-cut especially. Let's see. All good. Audio is super quiet. Let's see. Let me see if I can bump audio levels up. Hopefully we're looking better now. Let me know if that works out better. Hopefully it's not too loud now, but if it is, let me know. We can adjust that from there. Anyway, we're just going to get everything out of this box. As someone mentioned, this box is quite a bit smaller than, some of the boxes I've had from Axial kits in the past. Unlike Matt, though, I did get the proper box. Matt got the pre-production because he's special like that, and his came in a Batera box. A lot of stuff that fits in that little box. We're not going to cover the actual box though, so good job on whoever did it, but on to the next part. I don't have Nicole in here reading comments to me today, and I do want to actually get through as much of the build as I can, so I may miss a number of most of the comments in actuality, but I'll try and give as much commentary along the way as possible. A nice decal sheet. We're not going to get to the body for sure. I think I am going to have it painted, but that's for a later time. Ooh, man, this manual is thick. That's the healthiest manual I've seen from an Axial in a long, or ever, for sure, ever. So, might as well leave the Exacto out. We're gonna need it. First, we're gonna take the time and we're gonna read through all of the instructions. We need to find bag A1, which I'm guessing this is. Yep, bag A. Set this stuff aside for now. Definitely should have emptied my trash before this build, but so the axle, the diff cover's installed in the cover, kind of just sitting there. It's kind of funny. These are basically they look exactly like the Capra axle, just narrower. Just a nice compact little axle. Nice truss all the way across. The truss on this one actually does tie in all the way to the axle C. The Batera, it stops a little bit, or not the Batera, I'm sorry, the Capra stops a little bit short, and it seems like it's a little bit of a weak point, where this one kind of goes all the way out. So that's nice, but it looks good. Little offset portal like that. I'm a fan. Grease and Loctite in the first bag. That's nice. I'm sure we'll use that throughout. Even all the sub bags within bag A are labeled A1, A2, A3, A4. So lots of detail there. Probably won't need the mouse for a while. Get that out of the way. So bag A, bag A1. So, yeah, like I said, I'm sure I'm going to miss most of the comments, but so I apologize for that. Hopefully, I see Matt's in there. I see Rich from Axial is in there. If, you know, Rich Trujillo in there. I'm sure. I bet I'm saying his name wrong too. He is about as trusted of a source as you can expect on this kit, other than, you know, Matt as well. So if Rich or Matt answers a question, for now, you can take their advice over mine, since I'm going to be learning at this point while they have both already experienced it. You know what? We should just, we'll just get right to power drivers, just to give us some reasonable expectation of being able to get through this kit much faster. I know you're not always supposed to go right to the power driver method, but it's YouTube. If I strip a screw, I'll just act like it didn't happen and keep moving. You know, that's the beauty of live builds, is sometimes you just have to keep trucking like nothing ever happened. Oops. While we're at the early stages of this build, in the description below, I do have linked the giveaway I have going on right now for the leading up to the 100th episode of the Scale News Update. So for the 100th episode, we're going to do a giveaway of a Castle Mamba X ESC and a Holmes Hobbies Polar Pro motor. So there's a link in the description. You can go enter that. I'm doing it through a website that actually handles all of it. It collects all the information. It actually picks the winner. I don't have anything to do with it. That way, when it's done, and I just send John Holmes the information and he ships everything out. I'm buying everything from him, and then he's taking care of getting it shipped out. And we're even going to ship it internationally if somebody wins. Okay. Probably don't need the clutch on max. That's probably why it, ripped it right out of my hands. All right. It is nice that Axial went to the 6 screw setup on the lockers, the spools, nice and strong, much better than the original 3-bolt setup that was in the original SCX10-3. We are building the front axle housing first. Ooh, dang, that's a... What bearing is this? That's a big bearing. I don't know what that goes to yet. It's not the pinion. It's bigger than the pinion bearing. I'll have to measure it. The pinion bearings on this are 6 by 11, or sorry, 5 by 14 by 5. But that one is, no, I'm wrong. Is that not 31407? I have my calipers. Yeah, I can. That's a 13 mil. So is this a 514.5? Yeah, it is. I guess it just seemed big. Just looked bigger than I thought. So drop that in. We'll see how the included grease is. Normally I've got a number of different greases that I use. One I have here is a Swepco. Otherwise I've got like Vanquish grease at the office. That applied. When I have the time, I will try and get back to questions. Is how does overdriving up front work with a 2-speed transmission? Well, I mean, it has to have overdrive past the ratio, that's for sure, or past the 2-speed. You know, the 2-speed reduction would be earlier, and then if you have that 2-speed portion, it would have the same thing. It would be the same percentage. The percentage grows with the speed just the same. So for anyone who's wondering, this is the DeWalt 8-volt gyro power driver that I'm using. It's got a really good clutch on it, as long as you buy the one that has the clutch. There's 2 versions. And then the tips that I'm using are actually a Traxxas set. This is like their pro set of some sort, or something along those lines. Anyway, they just has a really nice 1/4-inch drive set, so I actually really like using that. And in combination with this driver, it's a great little package. So after putting on that center diff cover, we actually switched to building the knuckle and portal gears. So inside cover uses the larger 514.4 on the inside. And then, oh, that's where that other one goes, at 513, not 514. These knuckles are the same as the Capra. So any Capra options should basically drop right in to your SCX10-3. It's going to take a minute to get used to saying SCX10-3 though. So we need the lower stubs. So while all the sub bags in bag A were all divided nicely, it didn't really matter because it's just not how it really worked out. You still had to basically just open all of them and use them through the steps. So, all right, drop that in first. that. Then basically the upper portal gear, you just drop in this portal box and put the cover on, because you have to engage it with the other portion after the fact. Then we have M2.5 screws for the cover. Be careful with these. You don't need to cinch these outside ones down too tight. Those covers aren't super thick. And thanks everyone for checking in. I haven't seen how many people are hanging out yet, but I have seen we've got people from all over in here already. Spain. I saw Spain and New Jersey, California, bunch of other people. Spin that, good coat of grease. Let's see, what else we got? All right. Once we get past these axles, I am looking forward to getting into the transmission of this kit. A lot going on in this one now with both 2-speed and dig, and I guess I'm looking forward to the chassis build. These axles are just very familiar to the Capra. Go back. Yeah, and I'm sure Rich is a little worried about me just trying to jam through this thing with the power driver going, worried, anything else pops up. Right. So offset universal. Nice offset universal. It is nice to have the universal axle shafts that these things have. There we go. I'll go ahead and do the kingpin screws by hand. Strip those out. A little bit of a bummer. Right. I think you're doing it faster with no editing. Yeah, you know. This one, I will be fairly focused through this thing to try and get as much done as possible. I'm excited to have this kit done. I'm looking forward to it. You know, it's always, we don't get new SCX10 total platforms that often, so it's a truck that I assume I'll be working on and building with for several years. So the first time you get to see it, it's like a big deal. It's exciting stuff. It was cool to see that Horizon's got the early access stuff going now, where they're sending actual demo models to hobby shops everywhere a little bit early, and then they're shipping to dealers right away. These things are landing in people's hands right now. So, I mean, that was a one of those just total sneak attacks for Horizon, and that's cool to see. So we've got our completed axle, offset front pumpkin, portals, of course. You know, portals are not going to be for everyone, but right now it seems to be that buzzword that everyone's got to have. So can't blame them for going that way. We are one axle done, 21 minutes in. Yeah, talk about a great time to land kits on everyone's door there if you're trying to look at the bright side of things. Like, and you know, it's better than watching the news, that's for sure. What is the driver holder attached to the driver? What? Oh, front Loctite. Body color? Ooh, I do not know that. Right before I started, as I was talking with Rich today, actually, and the kit didn't show up. You never know how long things are going to take to arrive and all that. And Rich was like, it should have been there. So he looked it up and he saw that the tracking information actually said delivered. So I ended up going and tracking it down, and it got delivered to one of the neighboring facilities by the shop. So luckily enough, was able to get it tracked down. But that was at basically 4 o'clock today. Then decided to just, why not? We'll go live. But I hadn't really given the body color too much thought. Suits, I did talk to him a little bit right 5 minutes before this thing started. And depending on what kind of time he would need, I might have him paint the body for me. Suits custom painting. He did the VS410 Ultra, which is right there, with that like super cool rusted style body, which is appropriate for that one. I think for this body, I'll stay with something not weathered though, just because, you know, if you had a really beat up Jeep JL already, you'd really have to be trying. All right. Plastics are all fitting really well. You can almost hear that when things are going together. It's kind of like a satisfying snap into place. I guess what I'm looking forward to most on this kit is getting it all put together, kind of just set up out of the box. and seeing how it feels, just center of gravity, bias, how everything moves around. That's you know, the other nice thing about live builds is when you forget to put the pinion in the axle before you put the ring gear. It's one of those things. I wonder how many people caught the first time before I said anything. And I didn't put grease in it then because I didn't put the other part. And slow down. Do it right. I know. The comment there, Rich cringes every time I fire up that power. I've got a very tuned ear to my power driver. Other than the fact that I start using it before I'm supposed to. And these plastics are, I mean, noticeably superior to the previous plastics. Like it was said when the capper was released, you could tell that the plastics were different and improved compared to some of the previous Axial models. And these axles are just kind of mini versions of those, and it's very apparent that they're nice. Did they add extra bearings in the rear housing? I will let you know in like 30 seconds. There's a pocket there. No bearing on the inside. There is a bearing pocket though, so, but I doubt the axle shafts will allow for that. Yeah, it doesn't seem that the Josh, bet you can't wait for the links and shocks. Oh, that is always an accurate statement. But I do have the link tool, you know, those tools here to help build links much faster. So I will take that route for sure. All right. Paint it green. That is one of the colors I'm honestly leaning towards. I don't know why either, but I feel like green is a good color for this. Right now, I have a large amount of orange cars. Like I didn't have any orange vehicles on my shelf just a few months ago. And now all of a sudden, that shelf behind me is just half full of orange cars. So nice. Let's see. Definitely really whittled down the amount of parts that was included in that bag. There's not a lot of spares left over already. So won't have to deal with a lot of extra stuff to... That's the worst thing for me is I get you have all those extra parts from a kit and you're like, oh, I better keep all those and throw them in a bag. And then you do that, and then you end up with all of these extra bags of parts, and you never touch them again, or at least I never touch them again. And they just take up space until one day you finally get fed up and you end up throwing it all away. But you've kept it and moved it around, 50 times already by the time you actually do that. Come on. There we go. Make sure you do note that there's front and rear covers. For the portals. So if one portal cover doesn't quite fit, it's because you've got a front on the rear or the rear on the front. I think one will fit on the other, but the other won't fit on the one. If that makes any sense. Thought I forgot a bearing. It was just a pinion one that fell out. Oh, why does the step right after axles have to be shocks? That is the least... Why can't they save that? That's a buzzkill right away. Yes, the DeWalt has a clutch. It's got like a 16-step clutch, so you can really fine-tune it in. If you put it like way down to the low numbers, you can't even hardly tighten like tiny little beadlock screws. So I usually live up in like that 11 to 13 range. Did this Velcro must have come out of something else? I must have already had it because it looks dirty. Bag B. This is already having to get right into shocks. God. Is links right after shocks? It probably, no. Okay, good. Transmission is after shocks. So you get to take a break from being mad for a minute. So there's two they're both 35 weight, but they included two little tubes of it. They're not little, I mean, they're fairly substantial. We have aluminum bodied shocks. The preload spacer or preload collars are already installed. Lower cartridge plastic is installed, but okay, none of the O-rings or anything like that, which is good. Do you think that you'll do a project with the SCX10-3 like you did the SCX10-2 Rancho project? The Rancho project was kind of just like a special, specific one. I doubt I would do something similar where I took and put really wide axles under it, but I'm sure I will do projects with the SCX10-2 or 3. See, that's gonna take forever to get over. But, time will only tell what they are and when they are. I'm sure the aftermarket will be kicking right away on the SCX3 though. Being an Axial project, everybody will want to be on board. Lots and lots of E-clips and shocks. Yay. If you're familiar, if you've built a Capra yet, these shocks are going to be basically the same, but shorter, if I'm not mistaken. I don't believe that anything else is different. Nothing else looks different at this point. Come on. There we go. Nope. I can tell this one just doesn't want to. Oh, it's slightly. Okay. Fun stuff. Pistons. All right, do we have piston options or just one? Looks like just one piston option. It's a 3-hole. Where's the, there it is. E-clips are such a pain in the butt. Did I lose my E-clips? There it is. They blend in. That, and last one, which, whoops. Oh, hold on a second. Right. Always one E-clip that just wants to fight you. There we go. Winner, winner, finally. That's totally the hard part, right? So we're going to put all the shafts through first. And then we're going to put a little bit of green slime, a lot on the green slime, on the threads, on the O-ring. And then we've got little black spacers that go on next, followed by another O-ring. Green slime is just a nice assembly lube, helps things slide over. That way you won't get any little micro tears in your O-rings either. But put those all over the shock shaft before you put that bottom collar on. That way you're not fighting extra compression. Let's see. Green slime is like one of those things that everybody just says you gotta use. Building your shocks, you gotta use green slime. So if you don't have a tube of that, it's made by Associated, am I wrong? Yeah, Associated. Drop of oil on the O-rings works too, Rich says. Which is probably just about nearly as effective. But if you can't say you used green slime, I mean, can you even say you built your shocks right? It's just like an internet prerequisite. Do you use green slime? Is this kit available now? Yeah, actually it looks, I mean, basically I saw a bunch of people got shipping information today. So if you order today, it looks like they're going to ship out just like if you placed an order for any in-stock kit. So available, announced and released immediately. Buy green slime in bulk. You can buy it in bulk? All right. We have sparkling water and plenty of smart water on tap, just in case. I imagine this will be I wonder how far we're going to get tonight. Matt Kett was saying that Matt Kett said that the box said that it's like a 6 to 7 hour or 7 to 8 hour build. Which sounds that sounds reasonable. I'm not sure if that means with the body, without the body, with paint, without paint. These are some old hot racing shock pliers. These pliers have been used for much more often for things that aren't building shocks, but I've had them for a long time and they seem to work great. My sparkling water is beer flavored. That's Frank says, it says sold out. Says back order until 4/16. I thought that was the case, but then I thought I saw that basically people were ordering and they were shipping now, or not 100% sure, but I could be wrong. Someone double check that for me. Tina Luis says, you go build the transmission with 2-speed, or are you going to lock it out? I'm going to build it with all the bells and whistles at the start, because it seems like, even though I do not prefer 2 speeds, I think it's best to build it the way that they, added all the options for, and then I can, see what my thoughts are again. Almost any of the cars that come with 2-speed, I've driven with a 2-speed, so I'll continue that path, and then if I don't like it, which normally it's not the case that I don't like it. It's the fact that I don't feel like I need it, or don't feel like I'm getting the benefit that I want out of it. And the reason that I say that is because I usually feel that I prefer to run brushless systems, typically censored brushless systems with decent KV, like 2,700 to 3,000 KV range. And normally, to me, those feel like they give me all the wheel speed that I need and all of the slow speed control that I need. So it feels like when I add that 2-speed in there with a, mechanical shifting and that micro servo that's needed to do it, it feels like I'm adding in a point that could easily fail, or has the probability of failing, things like that, where I know that my electronic systems, usually if I'm using nice electronics, they're reliable and they don't fail me typically. So I can eliminate that headache, that possibility of a headache, and not install that. Plus, if you drop out the cost of what it takes to, of the radio to run that, the micro servo, maybe a more expensive receiver, like that might be the difference to having a nice brushless system versus having just a nice brushed system. And for me, I think that's a no-brainer. I like brushless because of the power and because of the lack of maintenance required. And anything I can do to make maintenance less on my part, I'm all for. So we're not going to get over crazy with trying to worry about bleeding these. I'm basically making it so that when the shock is at nearly full bump, because it's not going to go quite that far once you put the lower shock or spring cup on, that I'm not going to overpressurize the shock. And then we're going to put the cap on at about half stroke. Oh yeah, for anyone asking, yes, that is a Zerba tool. And since that is the most impossible thing to spell, it is SZCZERBA. Zerba tool. And I think you can get those on RC Scaleworks. Shane Zerba is who that tool is named after. Shane lives up in the Pacific Northwest now. I used to know him when he lived in Arkansas or Oklahoma, one of those two. Shane's an awesome dude and an awesome builder. But he had come up with that tool years and years and years ago, and one of his friends at RC Scaleworks 3D printed it. And now, you know, I'm sure there's other 3D printed versions, but so there's a green spring rate and a red spring rate, I'm sure. Well, doesn't really matter yet. We'll just put it on, then we'll figure out what respective spring rate is supposed to go on which end. These are a larger bore shock than previous SCX10-2s. So just like the Capra, just a little bit more dampening power in them. I got it. We're gonna need some more shock fluid and a bleeder cap screw. You know, every once in a while. God. Hey, Team Garage Hack sent me $5. Thanks to the Team Garage Hack guys, Colorado. All right. It's a good thing they sent us 2 bottles of fluid since I, you know, shot half of it out on the table. So. See, there's these tiny little bleeder screw caps. You install that. So we're going to put that back at half stroke. Don't over tighten those. These shock caps are a little bit softer. Now that shock feels good. And doesn't squirt oil all over your bench. I might have missed it. Did you buy the recommended mini servos for it? Yes, I have the mini servos and some servo extensions, which are also recommended. You know what I have that I should be using? Sorry. Take the VS410 Ultra off the shelf. This is the Crawler Innovations, which one's this? Short block. But it's got all these little shock holders in it. Which will make this a little bit easier to feed and bleed. VX Angelo sent me $5 too. Geez, thanks. It says VXT tires any good? They're just a acceptable kit tire. They do pretty well on our terrain out here. I ran them for quite a while on ours. Personally, I like certain looks of tires. The VXTs are not a licensed tire, but they do great on our surface out here. But like personally, I really like BFG crawler tires, so I love getting a tire that looks like a BFG crawler. Tires are so, it's one of those things, like being a Ford or Chevy guy, you'll like this, you'll like that. Let's get the O-rings and all these top caps. Ryan Davis asked, I bought some VS410 axles and the SCX10-2 internals work in those axles. The ring and pinion gears are the same, yes. The axle shafts are different. They're offset, but those usually come with the VS410 axles. So, but same ring and pinion. Which one did I bleed? Well, I guess we found that it doesn't really matter where you put the cap on since it's got a hole in the top that we need to. I feel like we're going to make good progress once we get these shocks done. And so far, they definitely have not been the most frustrating shock I've ever built. So, I'll give them that. Maybe that was the good thing. They made me do it while I was still in a, you know, put the spring retainer screw on before I put the spring on. These are things I should just fix instead of saying out loud my mistake. John asked me how the kit is going so far. So far, great. I mean, we started with axles. The axles went together easily. I mean, I feel like I could build most axial axles without looking. In these, the plastics fit better in these, the screws bite better in the, you know, like the diff covers, and 6-bolt lockers, which is great, like the Capra. Just overall really solid in the axles. And it's nice to see Axial's plastics being so much better now than they have been in the past. I mean, I never really had big problems with Axial plastics before, but improvement's improvement, right? Let's put this on. It's like watching a noob build his kit tonight. I know. That's the thing. Trying to build it quickly enough to not just drag on forever. Even with my incident with, you know, accidentally shooting my oil all over the desk, still only used like half of one tube of shock oil. There wasn't enough reasons though already. These little Crawler Innovations cell blocks are still one of my favorite things to have. The short block I like, just this length and the height of it. It's super nice. And then the, you know, all the holes they put in there for, and then this like groove across the top is actually supposed to be for like holding your phone or tablet when you're working on the bench. So fun little extras. But anytime you're getting foams, like just add one of those to your order. You won't be mad. I'm missing a spring. Oh, it's in the ball end. Angelo asked, do I have any experience with the GSO2? I do have one. I don't love it. G-Mate always just like gets so close with their kits. Like it's like they're so close to having a product that seems like it'll just match up and be a good option in the market, and then they do something that just makes it be like, nah, never mind. Like I was kidding. Let's see. Is it true that Axial is renaming the D-bag the matte bag? Ooh. See? I don't know. Matt got the kit early. Can't be too mad at him. I could think of plenty of other names they could use for that bag. All right. Got done with the shocks quickly enough. We got that painful part over. But yeah, I mean, we hardly made a dent in that. Either I'm way underfilling shocks, or they expect everyone to just forget to put the bleeder caps on all of them. Just seemed a little excessive there. All right. On to the transmission. So we get to put this stuff aside for now. What is this? C? Yes. Bag C. What color will I paint the body? I still don't know. I was kind of thinking green. I mean, I have so many orange bodies right now, but at the same time, I do like the Jeep orange. Like that. Matt and I were talking. What is it like? They have like mango tango and pumpkin orange, and I don't know. I'm having a hard time. I might send it to Suits Painting and have him knock it out, but I haven't made up my mind. It's definitely not going to be blue, since all of the ones they sent out as like dealer samples are blue. Like, I have to imagine that we're going to see a blue ready to run option before too long. All right, lots of transmission parts. Find the shift fork. Oh, there's two shift forks. I'm sure one's for a dig. Let's double check. They look identical. Let's see. Shows it going in the top. Looks like both sides are the same. More C-clips. E-clips. What do you call them? C-clips or E-clips? I don't know why I always call them C-clips, but I think these are supposed to be an E-clip. Because they do have like that center little, you know, or there's the Jesus clip, as they call it. It's a fairly beefy shaft for the transmission here. All right, now we're looking for an 18 tooth with a square drive. Are the numbers stamped on these gears? They are not. So look at what we have. I'm guessing it's this little guy here, smallest one. Pay attention to the haft orientation, an 18 tooth, and then we have a large EC clip. Get that on there? Yeah. Paint it champagne gold. That's it. This seems like a very Buick color choice. That's not, that can't be the right one, can it? Is this 18? Is this the smallest? Yeah, that's the next. Let's see. Yeah, so there's an 18 and a 23 on this top shaft. Or I guess I don't know if this is the top shaft yet. I'm just assuming since it's using the smallest gears. Dropped it. Let's make sure 511.4, yes. All right, now our bottom shaft. Double checking style. So this is the one that's going to be for our 2-speed shifting. It's going to have our shift cog on it, which is this piece here. Adjust the focus a little bit. So this shows, so we got this goes on there. We have this gear, which has a bearing on the back side, which is what? 1, 2, 1s. 511.4. So it goes on the side without the cross pin hole. Okay. It's hard to... Oh, that's why. This and this. There's two of these engagement dog style. One is going to be for the dig, and one's going to be for the 2-speed. Not exactly the same, but similar. So we need another 5x11. Goes inside. Interesting. So a couple of pretty tightly spaced bushing or bearings on the come on. There we go. All right. So on this side we've got the other gear similarly. So the gears in this transmission are all sintered gears. Just the size of them and how many there is, and these shift forks and the output, like this transmission's going to have some weight to it. All right, now transmission cases. So got a couple of case halves here. See how this is all supported. This is the step where you would lock out the 2-speed if that was your plan. Like I said, for now, that is not going to be my plan. I'm going to go ahead and leave it in place. So we got that. Put our top shaft in here. And then before we put the bottom shaft through, we'll go ahead and put the grease on our gears. Now it doesn't show any grease on like the engagement dogs or where anything else rides, and for the most part I'm gonna assume we'll be fine with that and we'll roll. All right. So we've got those two halves. You put the lower shaft in the front half and the upper shaft in the back half, because that's where the captured bearing pockets for each are. And the rest of that's going to be supported by other parts of the transmission. But the shift fork we're going to need to put onto this lower shaft first, I'm thinking, before it's really going to slide in. A little bit of a trick, we'll get everything lined up. Success. Little spin will coat all the gears. Be good. So, like I was saying, the rear shaft of the lower it's just floating at this point, and the same with the front side of the upper. Those are both going to have to get captured with additional pieces, but at this point, that's how that goes. They can't really come out just because of the shift fork and how all that goes into place. We need to put these M3x20s in. Double check. That's a 20, yeah. Yeah, that one looks long. This is the 20. Two more M3x20s from the back side. Go. Looking good. So we do have looks like a small rod end in here that we need to install on. A little bit of a pain there because there isn't much room, but there is flats to grab this. Can't really install this beforehand just because of it's got to go through the case. So guessing you'll all be in this same fight. Oof. Let's see. I'm going to give this part of it a major pain rating. Okay. Sure, that'll be close. Power tools are okay on everything else but the towers. That's the only place I worry. Oh, and the motor cover. Well, at least I saw that comment for now, right? So he can give me a told you so, or maybe I'll actually be careful. So let's see, where is this little piece that shows that it goes on the this little goes on this shifter port. Oh, there it is. And it looks like a long M2.5. This is like a shifter bushing, which is similar to the Capra. Really surprised I'm setting up the 2-speed. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not a 2-speed fan, but I'm still going to put it together that way. There's a lot, I mean, there's a lot of complexity in the kit to satisfy the need for a 2-speed. So it would seem selling it short to not at least put it together, try it out. And then if it goes with the rest of my past and I still don't like 2-speeds, then I can continue to say that and remove it. Wow, this is a complicated little front motor cover transmission half piece. So we got another set of gear reduction. Oh, we've got 3 internal shafts here. So we've got another gear that goes on the front side of the shaft that's sticking out of the transmission now. So we need to grab this little pin. That 27 tooth. Oh, so there's a portion of the manual right here that shows for use with portal axles, for use with non-portal axles. So, and I think that I have seen that they said that a non-portal axle version is under development, but it's not here yet, obviously. So, so for those of us that do prefer a traditional straight axle, it looks like we will have, you know, that ability from Axial directly in the future. Right. So now we've got this, I'm guessing this needs to go through first, possibly. So we got two 27 tooth gears in this portion, and that's just a 1-to-1 ratio. That means that, you know, because of the gear reduction that they have in the portals, they don't need any extra reduction in this area. And then the straight axle version will have actual reduction in there to kind of make up for that difference in gearing. All right, so we got that. We've got, don't forget a bearing. Bearings everywhere else. Oh, I have an extra bearing even. Don't need this one. That one's already in the front side of the case. You hear, it's just like a nice little, it just snaps together. Gotta like that. By 14s, make sure that we're looking at the right lengths. Yep. This question says, Rich, will the old shock towers fit the new chassis? I would highly doubt it. This thing looks completely different. But if Rich doesn't answer, I'm sure we'll get there. Oh, and he did. Thanks for hanging around, Rich. I don't know if I don't think I mentioned it. Rich is one of the guys at Horizon. I know that he was very involved with this project. I'm not sure exactly the length or the extent. I know that some of the other guys from Axial were too. I know, I believe Matt Carney, who retired from the RC not too long ago. I believe he was responsible for most of the design on this. He did the SCX10-2 and the SCX10-1 and the AX10 and so many other Axial projects. He was also one of the original founders of Axial. So one more piece of Matt's career here. All right, now on to, so we got the front done. We don't have like the slipper or spur gear that it's, I believe it's a pretty tiny little spur gear, but metal. We don't have that on yet, but we're going to assemble the T-case side. And this is where we're going to get into those other gears and that other shift dog for the dig side. Okay, got that. Ooh, got a little bearing here. Listen. 703. 4x8x3. That can't be right. Is that right? Oh, I guess it is. Now, it doesn't appear that that's actually holding the power, so it's just going to be an alignment one. You got a bigger bearing around the outside to hold the power. Because right now that shaft is still floating. There isn't any like mid support on that axle shaft, so it's just kind of floating around there. So we're going to have this piece here. Okay, this is going to ride in the rear case, and that's going to give that shaft the support then. So that's not bad. I thought there was going to be some other additional connection, which would have been not so good. Looks like we need a couple of 5x10s. Five by tens and a traditional idler gear pin. And our front output shaft. We got a shorty, another square drive gear. So front output through the front. Get some grease on these. Pretty good size difference between first and second gear. Just spinning it by hand and trying to get the grease throughout all the gears. You shift it into second, spin it. All right. Like that. All of our bearings are in place. Make sure we look good. Yep. So what do we need now? 2 more 14s. So we're getting there. It's a lot to this transmission. Weight's starting to get there though. We still got the dig housing to go. So that's what we're on to next. More shift linkage, rear output shaft, slide dog. So we got that. Then we've got, oh, this is an interesting piece. Oh, that's gonna, whoops. Sound bar just fell off my monitor. So this is going to be something that allows us to lock the rear axle. Screw it in. And 3x8s. Lock that into place. A little Loctite on those. Let's see. Clint says, I know Matt is sitting in his steampunk chair. Oh, narrating to himself, you putting this kit together. You know? And he's probably doing a voiceover that is much more entertaining than what I'm actually saying. So I got that. Okay, we got to build our other linkage setup. So make sure we don't miss a step. Through the top. This onto here. Now we've got that. Okay. Now I'm sure we have another. What do we got going on here? Oh, we got a funky little this is like a pivot lever type setup to try and give you some sort of mechanical advantage on the actual dig function itself. Will my link tool tighten that? It will. Bonus. This would make Rich nervous. If anything should, this should. There we go. There we go. Okay, now we need these two clamshell halves. Okay, we got that. We got like a kingpin screw. It goes on the bottom. It's basically, it's exactly what it is. Actually, I need, Rich, I bet you have one of these because this is just a axial dog bone that I widened open the slots a little bit, just wide enough so it'll hold a rod end, and then I have two O-rings around the outside so that O-rings, the rod ends actually can't come out. And when you're building actual links, it's the handiest thing in the world. Looks like we had a little extra flashing on this plastic left over. It's kind of blocking the screw hole, but just clean that off and it's there. All good. 1185 M3 by 10. For those that don't know, normally when you're measuring a screw, you're just measuring the threaded portion on a fully threaded screw. But on flatheads, you actually measure the entire screw. In case you didn't know, which most of you probably did. Nice. That should help shifting. The capper needed that. That will probably make this dig function much better than the cappers. So we got that. Now we need M3 by 25 flatheads. I know what I did, though. Yep. Thank you. Everyone's commenting it. When do we see the non-portal version SCX10-3 Sport? That, you know, I could definitely see. Current not in the plans, Rich says. This is what we forgot. It's an important part. It's what would actually drive the, you know, rear axle. So there you go. Screws everywhere. Let's see. We saw it all fall. Oh, so I had it in there and it fell out. Oh. Again, building live is just always going to have those little... No, I didn't put it in backwards, but I don't have the shift linkage lined up properly. I'm positive. So it's basically like pushing it into the lockout position, or the lock to dig position, not like locked, not how you would lock out the dig. No, it's in the right spot. What am I doing? That's spinning. Front half spinning, rear spinning. All right. Quick check. I'm just not getting fully engaged. So it's shifting to lock, but do I just not have enough adjustment for engage? Yep, we're good. Just had to get everything aligned. Yeah, like Rich says, just wiggle it a bit. That's all it took, is just wiggle it. Make sure. Yep, everything's good. Just gotta make sure everything is where it needs to be. That shifting feels so much better on this now than the Capra did. So much better. Right. So got all that. All right, now we're going back up to the front side of the transmission. No spacers. So our slipper disc, slipper material put that onto, is there adhesive or anything on these? It appears so. Put the friction looking side out. So this is, there's got to be adhesive on this, doesn't there? Doesn't appear so. Just doesn't want to be real careful to make sure it stays aligned so that you don't want it to come out of that hex shape on the gear, because that's what's really keeping everything in place. Okay, feels like we do. So no spring, just a spacer, and then our M4. So you're going to be mainly locked out until, you know, it really wants to let go. Or you're going to be not locked out at all. So feel like we're pretty good tension on there, but we're going to come on, go into lock. Okay. I run a locked out slipper on most things, so I'm not too worried about that. Oh, I just feel like that dig is going to be so much better. That was my big complaint about the Capra's transmission. I mean, the gear reduction's a little low, but that dig was just not that snappy. This one feels much improved. All right. So we have a interesting motor cover here. We have a screw that goes in here and is actually covered by that part, so got to install that first. Oh, and we have little flathead nuts that get installed from the back side. Won't want to over torque those and risk spinning those in the that's a 14. Make sure we have this oriented right, which I don't. It goes that way. Got like a little mount that kind of works here off the side of the transmission. I'm sure that'll be like one of our forward mounts on this. But you have to install that before you get going, because otherwise it gets blocked. All right, so we got the two little flat non-nylock M3 nuts that inserted into the back side of this, which is looks like it's kind of going to be the front part of a motor mount. See, and I could hear one fall out. Yep. have to be careful with these. So I feel like those are going to fall out really easily again. So I'm just going to put the screw that's going to go into them in there for the moment, just to hold them from falling out. Save me the headache. This one, we got another mount. It's gonna go that way. Okay. Josh Reed, richest count. What did it say? Hold on. CA is your glue, is your friend for those little lock. I could see that, and that would. I'm sure I'm going to regret not CAing those in before. All right, so now it's time for a motor. What do I have? I've got a Holmes Hobbies Polar Pro. Let's go with that. So this is a Holmes Hobbies Polar Pro 2700 V2. This is one of the stubbies. The stubby's actually a really nice motor, so I'm gonna go with that. I run the full size in most stuff, but I've got the stubby in like my C1 truck, and then something else. I think I've got it in a TRX4 actually at the office as well. But so let's install one of these. Now, this is one of those ones that runs a, oh, I've got this on a not autofocus. Actually, do I have, I'm going to, hold on, we're gonna do some, let's see. And sorry, this will make sense in just a moment. Create new. And we're going to get rid of that. So, I have another camera here. I can get you way up close. But this motor plate setup is one of the ones that has like the fixed mesh. So it's all number. Is it going to focus? Probably not. Of course not. Anyway, it's got the fixed mesh and they're all numbered. So you just need to install everything based on exactly what pinion size you're going to use and go through that whole thing. Makes it easy, but it also kind of hard and fast. There is no like adjustment to what you're doing. Oh, Oh, and someone's asking the difference between the stubby. It's basically the rotor length on the inside of the motor. These stubbies, though, they still have a lot of power because the Holmes Polar Pros actually have a longer rotor per motor length than a lot of the other ones. So we're going to be going with a 14 tooth pinion. And one thing to check. Okay, this 14 tooth actually does fit through this motor plate. So if you can actually put the pinion on first. A lot of times you can't put the pinion on because they don't fit through the motor plate. Then you redo the whole thing. The oil that comes with the kit is 35 weight. Now, one thing it doesn't do is it doesn't give you a pinion stick out dimension. So I'm not sure how far you actually need to offset the teeth from anything. We're gonna need to kind of line that up here and double check that. So I need to go about 1/8 of an inch further than what I've got. So it's better to buy a stubby over the regular size. No, it's not necessarily better. It's just different situations. If you want to, a little bit, it's going to have, less torque than say a full size or a, regular can, but you got less motor weight. There's a number of reasons why maybe you would want to have it. So another one of those things, personal preference. Same with KVs. So anyway, we've got the bottom half of the motor mount in place here. We've got the motor plate mounted to the Polar Pro. Now we're basically just going to drop this in. And since we're using the included 14 tooth pinion, everything should be meshing properly. That's all we can do. There is no checking or adjusting or anything like that. It just is what it is. Now, since I did not do the CA glue of those little M3 nuts like Rich had said after I had already done this, then we're going to be careful, and I'm going to hold this upwards so that gravity is my friend. Who bets that I'm going to screw this up? Place your bets. There's like a notch to the motor plate. There it is. There's the snap we needed. So it says kind of scary. You can't see or check the mesh. I know what you mean, but there's a number of kits, especially forward motor kits, they just all kind of fall into this. And to get things forward, it's the direction they took, and it is what it is. But I have to say that does kind of have a cool, drivetrain look to it. I like it. Something different. So that's a big old chunk of motor transmission. So the only thing we were left out of that is these two little black pieces here, and those are the two lockout parts for the 2-speed and dig if you chose not to run those. So that's it. We'll set those up with the massive amounts of shock oil that was left over, though. All right. Links. It's time for links. Oh, we were having so much fun. That's okay. We have link building tools to aid us. What bag are we on? The D bag. This is appropriate. All right. Let's build links. This shouldn't take very long as my link building tools are big enough for these capper links. So the only thing we need to check is what kind of special offset rod ends we have and yada, yada, yada. So what are we working on first? Okay. We've got a 95. Oh, and I forgot we've got tie rod style, which I get the advantage of and all that, but I still don't like them. So we got that one. We need the offset rod end, it shows. Is this the reverse thread or the right thread? Correct thread. So we're going to put that down. We're just going to put the other link with it because shorty. Where's our shorty? Is it this one? Yep. Find other offset. Okay, so these two need offsets. Now we've got this super funky double bend panhard link. This thing is like just a, I don't like that. Whatever. So this is, and this is only M3 threads, so tiny. Thought we got away from M3 threads. And I can't even use my link tools on this because the funky bends. My chair needs oil. I agree, and I apologize at the same time. Use the extra shock oil on your chair. Thanks, Rich. And I've already WD-40'd this thing. I just need to go get a new chair entirely. Preferably one with a mesh bottom for extended live video sessions. All right, let's make sure that we've got these funky rod ends installed. I mean, these rod ends are all wacky bent, and this panhard is all wonky. Like, whew. All right, that I'm pretty confident on. That one I think is upside down. There we go. Check our length. Good. All right, hopefully we only have one of those funky ones. Another shorty. This one gets a straight link. Do I only do one of these? Do two? I don't know. Lots of different rod end, or lots of different link lengths on this one. So those were our, I don't know which uppers, front lower links. Now we need to find rear uppers. Should be these. Yep. Our rear uppers get bent. What's that? Yeah, I know the whole, that I don't, it's, these links have that, the cross drilled hole so you can like tighten them with a, you know, or hold them and tighten them with a wrench, and since they're turnbuckle, but I still don't like it. I think on a scale truck you shouldn't have a hole through your link. Like, we should have got away from that. So right hand threads on the end, left hand on the, I don't know what that means. Oh yeah, on one end. And rear lowers get straight links. All right, now that we've got one end done, put in our link tool. This is that modified dog bone that, so what I usually do is use that end to hold the link end that I already put the rod end on. And I put the new rod end in the Servo tool. Come on. It's not the most graceful situation, but And of course with tie rod style, you always can be loosening one side if you're not careful. Like this one, we can't get it all the way tight before it starts to loosen the other one. But we're almost done. And it's so hard for me to get used to the whole left-hand thread thing. Which way did these go? All right, we're almost there. Yeah, think like a racer, Losi. Scale people. Left and right hand threads on a link or a turnbuckle for a quick and easy adjustment. It's how it's been done. I know it's how they do it and why they do it, but how often are you adjusting links on a scale truck? Like never. And if you are, you can adjust a 1/4 millimeter at a time with a regular rod end too. It is completely unnecessary and looks bad on a scale truck. Like, we go through all this extra effort to get little details, like a little scaled drain plug on the bottom of a transmission, but we'll drill 8 or 10 holes through links on our model. Like, pick a direction. Okay. All right, links are assembled. Just got to pop pivot balls in and we'll be good to go. If you're adjusting the length of your pivot of your links every day, you are not doing something right. You need to be focusing on something else. Yes, I would rather have a driver figure than have holes in all of my links. 4 links left for pivot balls, and we're done with this should be the last kind of like pain in the butt step. From here, we just have like the fun part of building a new chassis. What Nick says, once it's set up, I don't have to. How does it look bad? I'm not talking the hole, I'm talking the thread. Oh, I don't care. The threads, like, you want to do the backward thread thing, okay. Like, that's, like, it just is what it is. I would prefer just to regularly have straight threads because I think they're easier to install. Like, I don't really get the need for both sides and count. Like, I just don't think it's needed. You're not adjusting. The whole point of having a left and right hand thread is for adjustment. So you don't need to adjust these links. It's not the type of vehicle that it is. So you don't need that. Just put regular threads on it, keep the hole out of it, and then you're so much better. This tool for balls is cool. That's just a shock pliers. It's satisfying to hear those balls actually snap into the rod ends. Yeah, they really do. All the plastics are better, for sure, without a doubt. All right, bag E1. Cruising along. How long are we into this thing so far? It says 2 hours. That's not too bad. It's still doing pretty well. Gonna build some drive shafts quick. This will be one of the other familiar tasks, but a quick and easy one at that. So let's see. The only thing that we have to do here is make sure that we're building with the correct lengths. Ooh, they have a nice little chart now. I think they learned that from the Capra instructions, which were a pain on the drive shafts. Couldn't tell what was what. So a length 1 and a length 2. Says for some thread lock, I'll use it. Why not? Nick says, but why not have the easy adjustment option? Well, forget the whole, that's what a paper towel and pliers are for. Because you don't need the adjustment. It's unnecessary. And if it means having a hole in your link, get rid of it. Just build it once, like a link always has been, and done. When they're tightened the same way, you can hold one side and tighten the other, and it's done. You're always tightening the same way. They tighten to themselves. It's simple and easy. You should put leaf springs on this truck. Fired. That on. Okay, 1/2. Just a little tight through there. Okay. Wildboard drive shafts have always been well, since the HDs at least. I don't know how many of you were, let's see, I think the Wildboard HDs, I can't remember when they came out. Maybe like the Deadbolt? Deadbolt maybe had the first Wildboard HDs. Man, the first Wildboards, you could pretzel them. Just Got everything much better. It's kind of amazing how well the Wild Boar HDs even held up on like Axial Yetis and Bombers. Like, front and rear drive shafts are actually the same length. That's kind of surprising. I guess it's just with the length of that transmission, it worked out. The SCX10-3 had a really long, yeah. Does it run on smart water? You're a wild boar. Thanks, Matt. Drive shaft 1, drive shaft 2. All right, I'm opening the window. It's hot. So we need to install onto the trans it shows. If you had to build a kit every day, 5 days a week, what would you build? Same kit every. It's a really tough question. I mean, any kit can start to feel somewhat tedious. I don't have a good answer for that. I'll default to my default answer. Dancing Rider. Am I using Wyatt tools? No, I am using Vanquish tools. I just got a scale hardware set, but I won't be using them yet for a few days. They have a small driver and it fits in tight spaces. I've worn out others too quickly. Yeah, the scale hardware tools, that is a tough one. I mean, especially with some of those are 1.5 and 2 mil actual hexes. Like, that's tiny and easy to round out and easy to wear out the tools. I've had some of that. I don't know if WIA is the way that they actually say that, but it's the way I've always said it. Okay, so now we're going to bag F. So I guess we put all this aside for a minute. Drive shafts attached. Bag F. G. F. This is chassis stuff, skid plates and such. So I'm looking for what looks like a link mount. It's not that link mount. Oh, there's a 1 and a 2. This one says 1. Man, that does not look at all like that. Maybe there's more ones? Maybe there's other ones that look like that say 1. 1 and a 1. Just double check. Okay. It's like this part was modified but not updated in the instructions. That is, let's see. Like, so that is the view in the instructions. And this is the part that says 1. But there's like this second counter bore here that doesn't show on that. I don't know. I don't see anything else that has a 1 on it, and this looks really similar. Hope I'm not wrong. Griffin is telling me to go check my Facebook messages. Yeah, that's never going to happen in the middle of a live build. So, which one? Upper link mount assembly. Front link. Front upper is what I'm looking for. Let's just double check that I've got the right links. It's a front lower, rear upper, steering, front upper. Nope. There. That does not look right either. Time to... Good idea. There is some of that stuff that can get put away. Green slime does not need to be out anymore. That away. Just throw some of this stuff in the bin. I'll grab as needed. Good suggestion. I'm going to resort links just to make sure we've got everything by each other that should be. Okay. I swear. What is this one? Josh, look out your window. Thanks. God. Creepy. 68.4. Yep. Okay. Just didn't feel like it was matching up quite right to length in there, but it is. So this front upper link mount does have 3 different link adjustment points on there, which is nice. So if you want to do a little bit of changing and tuning and modifying, it's all there. All right, what length screw are we using? 14. 14. Which micro servos do I recommend? I mean, I have the Spectrum ones that have the little, you know, actual mount that they're using in this kit. So I don't know that I have something I say is my recommendation, but it's what I'm using for now. That one. All right, so we have another 1 and a 2. Just make sure. Okay. So now we need our rear uppers. Double check lengths. Rear uppers 88.4. What did I say? 88.4. Yep, 88.42. Man, I was close. Jeez. Sure. Yep. Okay. Oh. One goes on the inside. Doesn't say what position on the rear. Looks like it's in the lower again. So I'm going to build it with it as it shows in the manual for now. We can adjust later. Double check these are 14s. Get up and stretch, cramping up. That's a 12. Can't. Gotta keep going. We get as much done as we can. No time. Okay. Both sides of the link mounts on here, like almost like tapping the plastic through. So you have to be careful when you're screwing in from there that both sides start. Otherwise you just kind of push the one out. So the link mounts are funky. All right. Those were fun. All right, now to the skid plate. We've got 8mm and 10mm screws. Okay, so 8 and 10s right next each one of them. Oh, this, so you got to be real careful here. These screws are right next to each other everywhere. Oh, these link mounts are kind of cool though. They snap in. There's little standoffs built into the skid plate, and they all just kind of just pop. All right, 8 mils are 114, so they go on the. Ooh, these instructions, like the lines for how the hardware go are almost together. It's almost hard to see, but it looks like it's on that one at least. On that. Okay, so they go towards the outsides of the skid plate everywhere. So let's just find 3 8mm M3s. We'll put those in first. That way we don't screw up. I'm guessing this is an area that Some people will not pay attention. Does the body come painted, or will you have your channel, inner channel matte? I think I will. I will not paint the body myself, most likely. It does come clear, but I'm probably not going to paint it myself still. All right, now we need 3 M3 by 10s. These 10s or 12s? 10. Okay. M3 by, okay. So now, and where's an M3 by 18 go? Oh, that's lower on the page. Okay, I didn't screw that up. What am I screwing this into though? Oh, this is attaching the lower links. So front lowers are front upper steering. Front lowers 77 millimeter inside to inside. These. No. Where's it going? Where'd it go? There it is. Got it. 18 mil. I think they start shipping some of, they already started shipping some of the pre-orders. That is a 20 mil. Is that 18, right? Yeah. There we go. So I need those 1, 2. I think. Yeah, I'm thinking if you order it soon, you should get it in time to still have some of this unplanned free time at home. It sounds like for a lot of us anyway, or a lot of people. Some of us are still working. Nope, 16. There we go. There's 4 18s. To say, I thought I'd have more stay-at-home time, but I'm a trucker, so yeah. Whoop. So yeah, I think that's sounds like that's a busy time for. It's weird when everybody buys everything. I got my letter for essential work from the employer, or from the mayor today. Work for as much as possible. Oh, yeah, work from home as much as possible. Yeah, it's crazy times. Right. Now, this is 18s. What are my rear lowers? Should be the longest. Rear uppers. I think I have one. Do I have one mixed up here? Rear lower link, 98.7. Does the transmission mount to a skid plate, or does the trans, or in the trans, the skid, what? What did I say? 98.7. Yep, 98.6. But I think I put rear upper, front upper, panhard. Ah, the 95. Yeah, I think that's what I did. Womp womp. Where'd that pick go? The steering link is 2 millimeters shorter than the one of the lowers, and I mixed up one of each. Whoops. Looks like someone could use a parts tray. Organization, man. Yeah, like, and I have a parts tray right there, but you end up using everything from these bags so quickly that it just kind of goes. So it looks like more of a mess on camera than it is in person. What a disaster. That's nothing. There we go. This, I've had way worse, way faster. And it'll clean up in no time. The instructions are actually pretty good on this one, especially compared to like the cap. But, God damn it, backwards threaded things. But that one part there with the link mounts and those, that was a little foggy to me. So, whatever. Not the worst, though. Now what I just need to make sure I do is put the links on the proper one. So you take this one off. Otherwise I'll take them all off and try and put them back on, and then we'll be all kinds of mixed up. There we go. All right. Fixed enough. Let's see. Capra was the first kit I built. I got it when it first came out, and I have to say, don't know what all the fuss is about because it was pretty easy. There was just a lot of little things with the instructions in that manual that, you know, there's some manuals that are really good. And when you've done a lot of cars, like sometimes you'll see where a lot of those things could have been more clear. But at least they got a revision to that manual out. Come on, start. Oh, let's see. I think I got a 12. Nope. There we go. Now it's in. Matt, when is your wife going to come read all the live stream comments? I think that would be great. I think she had... because of all the humor that could follow and all the things that we don't know yet, you know. So many things that we could find out. Where is 10? Yep. What did you miss? If you're just joining now, we've got the axles built, transmission built. We just put on the links onto the skid plate. And now we're going to put all of this aside again and go to the front servo mount. And I'm going to need a servo. So I've got a, what is this one? This is a Futaba 9177 SV. It's like 600 ounce inches, which is pretty healthy. What we do need to do though is I believe that we need to use the Axial specific servo horn, because I've heard that the clearances seem to be very specific to the design of that horn. So we're going to try it. And it looks like it includes multiple metal servo horns. So we got a 25 and a 23. You 24 guys are out of luck. Get a Futaba. Let's just make sure. Pretty close to centered where we need to be. Oh, it even shows that it includes the countersunk screw for it. 1185, 10 mil. How's the build going? So far, super good. Plastics feel nice. Everything feels good. A couple little simple things that popped up, but nothing major. Let's find our servo mount. Is that this? That's this. So we're going to drop this. Oh, we've got one of those floating rear mounts that they like to use on things. There it is. Let's see. Josh, did you wash your hands after completing each bag? That would be a considerable amount of work. Come on. Tell you what, these plastics are are not, they're stiff. I mean, definitely it's even a little bit difficult to hold them in place while you're trying to put those screws in, just because they're a lot of bite, which I don't mind. Okay, so 1015 is 10 mil. Okay, lick your hand, I dare you. Oh man. No, thank you. They do include the nice large, you know, like washer head screws for the servo. So, always, yeah, man, the tolerances underneath here are super tight. They have cutouts for this servo horn. It's like right there where this servo horn is traveling, like it is super close to that plastic. But the Futaba does seem to fit and clear just fine. All servos can vary so much, so you can't always assume that everything is just going to work. All right, now we need, this looks like a shock tower, which is thinner than I would have imagined it would have been. But I think it all ties into everything so much that you can kind of get away with it. And then we've got a separate bolt-on panhard mount, which is nice. Anyone who had an SCX10-2 may remember that, you know, the one-piece shock tower panhard mount had its downsides at times. That's kind of cool. Like keys over the shock tower and feels good. AX114 is an 8 mil flathead, so a shorty. Not a lot of screw to hold on a panhard mount, but where are we at? There it is. That one, and then, oh, it only shows one screw for now. And then we have to put in our panhard with our funky, ridiculous rod ends. Crazy looking thing. 109, what is that for length? 14 mil. That goes through there, goes on here. That side, right? Yep. So it's a single shear panhard mount, which I'd always rather have a double shear, but man, with all the bends and funky rod ends on this thing, it seems like clearances are going to be exceptionally tight. So, time to grab a chassis rail finally. Do you think the SCX10 tool will drop in price? I'm sure it will. I mean, it actually already kind of has. I think you can get some of them for $249 currently. I mean, they can't go too low on them because they still cost money, but multi-piece frame rails, like there's front halves and back halves. Getting crazy. Sure gonna make custom welded truggies and stuff a lot I don't know, easier, harder. I guess we'll see how the skid plate bolts in. Like, either way, fun. Ooh, man, look at those clearances. Everything is super snug. Wow. That servo is right up against the frame rail. So, okay. This goes right on. Then we've got our shock tower with panhard. Goes over top of that. And 146 is a 12 mil flathead. Just double check. Everything's so close to the servo that I don't want to bury a screw into the side of it. 12 mil. Okay, so we've got that part on there. I can put this screw in, which is a 109, it's a 14. Come on. Doesn't want to. Almost like it's a quarter of a hole off. I'll loosen everything up. Start it again. Man, it's right there. I can tell that it's almost wanting to line up, but it's... Why does it not want to go in? Let's start it first. Try that. I'm using the right screw, right? Yeah, right, the old 109, 14. Okay. We're good. The plastic's just stiff. I mean, it's good. The plastic is stiff. It doesn't want to just kind of flex and move to where it needed to be. I don't know why that one didn't want to go in, but started it first, then went to the rear and was able to get everything. But that shock tower, like I said, it's thin. I was worried about that, but I think that it's going to tie in side to side. But even without it tying in, it feels good. It's nice, just stiff plastic. But we need to grab our front bumper mount brace and grab another. Oh, we have the outside mount, which is the body post mount. It's kind of funny. The body post mount has a countersunk pocket in it, but it goes behind. Oh, there's the part that goes behind actually has like a molded in part that is supposed to fit into that. I didn't do that. Can I? Yep. Loosened it a little, force it in. Worked fine. And then, do we have like a 2.5 or is that a 3? 1.85. Does it say? Where does it say? It just doesn't say on this page. M3. They forgot to put what that hardware size was on this page. It looks smaller than M3. Maybe it's not. .146 is a 12 mil. Okay. So this little front setup here, we've got this mount up front, which is going to be where our front body posts clip down into from the bottom side. So that's like our front hidden mounting setup. Now we move on to slider. At this point, you can already see that bent panhard. You can see how it's tucking in and around this like notch in the that rear under tray. Seems like they could have just made that notch larger and put a straight link in there and given us 4mm threads, though. Would have liked to have seen that. This is, oh. So this rock slider that's got this boss on the front, and it actually keys over the frame rail. The frame rail has a notch in there. And actually snap it in through, which that's nice. Holds it in place already. I like it. .144 is not on this page either. It's on that one though. M3x8 flathead. No, 144. AXA144, AXA144. Oh, the hardware is actually mislabeled. It shows it as AXA144, which on this page that shows an M3 flathead, and it shows a button head here. So we're gonna have to guess at our hardware size. Guessing I guessed wrong, but don't know. It's just not labeled right. Well, I think I guessed pretty close. We'll see. We'll see if I run out of screws on something and then have one left over. But yeah, we only have one screw in that front slider and it's already like locked in pretty well. I do like that. All right, now I guess we're working on the back part. Doesn't really say, but we can assume. What do I do with those frame ends? There they are. That's the front. So that's the back. right. So we line this up. We need a rear shock tower. Make sure we're grabbing the right thing. 146. It's a 12 mil. That's it. Okay. 12 mil all over. Yes, it is. So the rear shock towers. The rear shock towers have a cross brace that goes in right away. So go up or down? Goes up. Snowing in West Reno right now. Whew. It's actually pretty nice here in Sacramento. Which isn't something you know. Okay, so we've got the rear portion of the chassis started. Shock towers, again, they look good. And they feel, the stiffness on them is nice. And then we're going to have the cross brace in right away. But again, plastic quality. All right, so now is the time to marry the front half of the chassis, the rear half of the chassis, and the skid plate. So you can see all these holes on the back half of the chassis. We just have 2 holes on the front half. So we'll be attempting to line those up in the proper wheelbase configuration, which is the longest. No, it is the longest. It can go in from this, but okay. 3 link to the front. Now we sure got a lot of shit to try and hold on to. Try and thread the needle here. Wow, I got that on the first shot. Surprised myself. Perfect. Yeah, all right. Now, what are we looking at here? Looking at the back, the other side of the rear. It's not super clear on what you're looking at all the time, but that part could be improved a little, but did you hear that click though? The click just into position. So now kind of MFC, trying to hold all this stuff. Once we can get one thing in place, it should start to lock it all in. There we go. Okay. I gotta get that cross brace tied in so that it doesn't want to twist on us. All right. Once you get that shock tower put in, everything holds pretty good. We have the rear bumper mount to install. It goes with the body mounts up. And it doesn't show what hardware to use on it yet, but it pops in pretty well. All right, now we've got the other half of the chassis and the slider. So let's find the slider, snap it over that little line everything else up. There we go. Okay. 12 mils. So the wheelbase can't be extended. I mean, I guess I'd really have to look at it, but I mean, it's in the furthest out hole, so I suppose you would be starting to skip the front hole and where it goes through on these slider mounts. So, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's being extended, at least not with the, not with these rails, or not without adding something or changing something. Not sure. I mean, 12.3 is usually the longest, other than like, I guess Traxxas has 12.8 inch. So most stuff is going to be 12.3, and then there's a number of bodies that are shorter. So I guess that falls within. Oh, and that is an M3x8 in the front, which is what I had guessed on the other side, I think. Did I say 8 or did I say 10? I don't remember. So there's 12. There it is. So it could be short. Yeah, it should be easy. I mean, you should be able to just make it shorter. But of course, you'd still need new links if you made it shorter. It would just move the shock towers inwards. It doesn't actually move the links. So you are adjusting, but you're not adjusting. You're adjusting the shock tower location. Okay, now we're doing speaking of shock towers, front and driver side, which is our last one. And these are 146, it's still 12s. Yeah, so those people who ordered, see, got that. Now, why these front mounts do not want to start? There it is. Okay, that. We have a separate front body mount. So it goes on here. 185s. Those are 10. So use the slightly shorter flatheads for the non-panhard side body mount. Let's see. Nick just says, just got done with some discussions, and RC four-wheel drive short wheelbase scale drivetrain kit will be available very soon. Be finished. Oh, talking about some GCM stuff. I think he must mean dropping it in on this. So, all right, we've got all of that done. Now it's time to drop in our motor transmission set. So front mounts all lining right up. Kind of. Go. Oh yeah, nice. All right, 116s are 12 mil. Okay. Oh, nice. Everything tucks up front in that area. Just clearances are tight. A lot going on. This is not like a simplified truck, you know. I'm talking about like an SCX10 where 146 12 mil flathead. It's not like an SCX10 original anymore where things just kind of, you had room for days between items. These things are... Things are way different now than they used to be. All right, so 4 screws is that's all you got for that whole drivetrain. Not bad. 2 screws on the skid plate. Stays pretty clean. And so we got that. Let's see. Get our drive shafts back in order. Okay. All right, the only thing I have to do is redo that steering link that I messed up the first time. Josh just drove Chico's 10-3 at Delta RC. He had a Mamba X and 4600 slate motor in it. So that must have been on 2S then? Because a 4600 seems like a... Yeah, 4600 is way too fast. And I like fast. Okay. Let's install our steering links on the front axle. So, long side, short side. 20. I think other than a couple of situations, I think this entire truck has been 2mm driver. Like, I don't think I've needed anything else. I used a 1.5 for like the, you know, the 6 screws in the diff, and seems like maybe one other situation, but other than that, like, there's one driver in my my power driver this whole time. That's actually been pretty nice. Right. So now we need to install showing our upper link and our drive shaft. Upper link goes in with a 14 mil. Make sure we get the right length on that so we don't run short. That's 14. Whoops. It's those plastics, they got that bite. So that, put the drive shaft on. Do the right side. Let's see. No, need the other side of the drive shaft. There we go. Josh 4600 screams in second gear, but it's controllable in first. Yeah, but it's on 2S or 3. Otherwise, yeah, 4600. It's not right. 109, 14. I know these plastics have to be better. If you would have went fast into the old other stuff, the power driver would melt and strip. Yeah, I do remember that. this panhard actually mounts into the axle from the back side. I don't know that I've seen that. Okay. Lower links, do we do those? More 14s. That. No, that's the upper. I was gonna say that can't be right. Oh, it doesn't cover that one yet. 16 is a 12. Is this live or is this fake? It is live. Savage player. So, right. Shocks and lower links. 120 is 25 mil. So, shocks, and are we putting green or red up front? It does not say. I'm sure it says somewhere, and I missed it, but we're going to put the firmer ones up front, I think. Usually, I like the rear suspension firmer than the front, but we're going to have a lot of weight in the front of this. This motor and everything, there's just a lot going on. We can always just crank some preload into the rear as needed to adjust. Okay. Josh, I'll send you my Capra for your next Flip That Truck. I bought my next Flip That Truck today, sir. And it is an interesting one. Just saying. Whoops. Getting all the little pivot balls lined up and in the link pocket. It's still one of the sucky parts. All right. Yes, I wish my would have been nice if Nicole would have been in here to help tonight, read all the comments again, but you know, we'll reserve that for Friday Night Lives. You hear that? That is tight plastic. You can hear it screaming at you. Or that's Rich from Beyond saying, stop using a power driver. Not from like the Beyond, but like, ooh, it feels good. I did a good job on those shocks. I'm very humble. Kidding. I don't usually do that great of a job on shocks, but this feels good. Adjust some preload on this one. Well, tried putting some preload in it and halfway unscrewed the shock from the cap. Then I wouldn't be talking about my shock building skills, would I? All right. I mean, it does. It feels good. I like it. All right, let's go to the rear. Oh. Yay, he's playing with the shocks. Shit. Sorry. Well, that's what Nick said. I'm thinking of getting an Ultra and just leaving the portal in the front, like tractor style, and putting it straight in the rear. As I recall, you did that, right? Almost, but completely opposite. Straight axle front, portal rear. Best. I love that setup. It's so hard to describe to people until they try it. And once you drive it, it's so much fun. Okay, there's that. Now let's put our drive shaft on. How much did I pay for the SCX10-3? Oh, SCX10-3. This one was given to me by Horizon Hobby as like a media type thing, which is pretty common. So take that as you will, as biased as you will, or as not. But I think the retail on it is really reasonable. $369 or so. I think that's one of the cheapest kits. Like Axial, the cheapest kit prices Axial has had at a time of release. Could be totally wrong. I mean, not counting like builder's kit. Let's see. right. Need some rod end link angles adjusted. And we're good. Oh yeah, I gotta do the top still. Like, why is it falling? Let's see. Been fun watching all the live streams the last few days. I appreciate that comment. I'm always worried that like doing too many of them will overload people, or I mean, you don't obviously. If one doesn't interest you, don't watch it, of course. But I built like there's a PC in here. I've got I got my big camera, my other DSLR, other camera, switchers, a PC. I built it all in here to be able to stream just by hit and go. I've got things set up. It's ready to go. Like that's we're set. Drive shafts in phase. Yes, they are, as you can tell, like by the screw location here, and then on top, just lining them up. So usually it's all you need to do for axial drive shafts. It's one of those things I guess you just don't, some people don't do. The wild boars are really good at angle, and they don't chatter that bad anyway, but you should still phase your drive shafts. Let's see. Okay, we have all of that installed now. Looks like we've got some battery tray stuff to do, which we're looking for bag G. This stuff should be fun, quick, and easy, because now it looks like we have a car already. Do I have a pet fox? No, I have a noisy damn chair. That's what I need next. I'm going to start making YouTube videos about office chairs. So someone will send me an office chair. Ooh, why did that fall out? One of each length. One of each length. Yeah, that engagement is really short. I wonder if I should check that. That rear engagement seems short. Or do I have both longs? No? 1 and 2, 1 and 2, right? Let's check. Make sure I did things properly. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yep. I don't know. Let's double check. Let's look. Do I normally get given trucks for free? I have been given a lot of trucks in the past, but I would say normally, no. But that's probably because I usually get a lot of trucks. So I'm constantly buying or picking up or looking at a different this or that. And okay, no, I got everything set up. To revisit this drive shaft length situation. I definitely don't have any parts left over, so we can feel safe there. Yeah, my favorite part of building a truck is the, did I mess up? Well, that's not the word Nick used. I will approve Nick's comment, so. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that drive shaft length. It seems a little short. But whatever, we'll figure it out. Just wanted to check to make sure I didn't put like both shorts on one end and both longs on the other. And just for good measure, we could just check the wheelbase. Yep, we're right at 12.3, just over 12 and a quarter. So I didn't like terribly mess up. Front 1 and 1, rear 1 and 2. I don't think so. Well, either way, the 2 is the longer one, so. No, front 2, 1, 2, 1. 2, 1, 1, 2. So that's how it's supposed to go. All right, so now we got to put all these little guards on these little slider battery tray. Man, we got a lot of screws for a battery tray. What we got going on here? So we have 2 battery trays because that comes with a setup so you can run them on the side or that you can run them on the back area. Not all the way at the back, but far enough. Looks like there was a little additional bag here. I'm guessing that was some sort of addendum that was made during the process that they caught early enough. All right, so Jesus. A little brace that goes on the bottom side. That goes there. These are all 8mm flatheads. So this doesn't tie into anything. Loving the streams. Watch the whole stream you and Matt did. Keep them coming. Thanks. That one was fun. And Matt and I do plan to do more of those. Likely not nearly as long. We'll keep them much more reasonably timed. And we'll try and schedule them so that they're just like every first Wednesday of the odd months. I don't know. Like, or whatever it is. Every other Wednesday. Okay. So I'm building this battery tray here, and there's one that has these short side guards, and there's one that has extended or wider versions. So they're giving you the ability to build and okay. There. These battery trays aren't made from the same plastic. They're a little bit flexy. Not bad at all. Not unreasonable. They're definitely just a little bit more pliable plastic. So nice. Wonder how many setups will be using their hidden setup. How many bodies will be using their hidden setup? I can imagine it'll be popular. It's hopefully other bodies do start to offer the ability to retain it. Because it is nice. But it's also a Jeep already, so you can just keep using it, right? Griffin's asking, where's Nicole? I feel like the stream could benefit from the quaint domestic bickering. Bill is asking if I need to have the motor wires down to fit under the faux motor thing, which is a possibility, and we will find out because I definitely could have messed that up. I didn't notice that, I guess, so we'll see. Do I want to install the rear battery tray? I don't know. So I'm using the shortest little, the stubby sides, and these are the batteries that I run typically. This is like a 1300 milliamp 4S pack, and it fits with room to spare still with this small setup. So, which is a setup that I would personally probably want to run on the side rather than in the rear. So these packs are from Gens Ace. They're tattoo line, R line. They're an FPV pack. So this is a 4S 1300 milliamp 95C. So it's got a lot of oomph. It's showing it going on the driver's side. And with 114s, these are short little 8mm screws, but I still feel like it's a good idea to remove the battery pack before just trying to drive a screw in. Positive there's no way that it could reach, but I would hate to be hurling this new truck out the window to save my studio. So, but I guess for the let's go ahead and put the other one on as well, just so that when we're discussing it in videos later, I can show what I mean. Why is it green? Looks like, oh, it's that's just a silicone plug over the top of it. I have green and red. This battery is charged, so it's got a green plug on it. It's this little just simple cap. Right. Let's see, 9:45 here. We started at 6, going on 3 hours, 45 minutes. So far, that's not terrible for a brand new build like this. Like, that way. Let's put the, we can do it after. Fancy bet, yeah. Go. How much driving time do you think you do a week on average? Ooh. I mean, I probably only drive like 1 day a week, you know, average. Some weeks, you know, go out multiple days, but, you know, if we only go out 1 day a week, you know, we're only going to drive, you know, I don't know, like 4 or 5 hours. So sometimes more, especially in the summer when we go up in the mountains. You know, you get longer days. You go do long trail rides. Suspension feels good though, man. I like it. Rear might be a little light. Probably gonna have to add some preload. We'll look at spring tuning later. You know what I do like at this point though is like we're at this step in the manual, page 38, and now is when you put in the micro servos, the ESC, everything now. It's not one of those ones where you have to like put all of that stuff in way at the beginning, just in case you don't have it, and then you have to like you can't finish doing things until you get all these parts in. It's I have the parts, but still, it's just. So let's see. So these are the SCX10-3 Spectrum Metal Gear Micro Servo. Micro Metal Gear Servo. Cycle the suspension. Done. Let's skip this part. Let's we're not gonna have the rest of the radio stuff in there anyway. So let's continue on with the fun part of the build, at least at this point, and then we'll come back to that. So, or possibly we'll dive into the wiring of this another time, another night. Maybe that's what I'll do on Friday night when I make Nicole do another live feed. 2, 3, 1, 6, 7 is in 3 by 8, or 2.5 by 8. Oh, we're back to a 1.5 driver. Made it back this far in the build though. And I do like the seeing that how even if there was a lot of hardware sizes and a lot of very similar length hardware right next to each other, at least you didn't have to change driver bits all the time. Josh, if you ever try CHNL LiPo batteries, FPV drones? No, I guess I used to run. There was a local guy here who's got a battery brand called. The store name's RC Juice, but he has an actual like a store brand LiPo, and I was using that for a while. And they were great, and then I ended up switching to going to like the small drone pack stuff for the high C rating, good quality packs. And Genzace is based not too far from here. They've got really good options and a ton of them, and they ship fast, and their batteries are really reasonably priced, I think. And just in general, I'm a big fan. So I haven't really found a reason to try much different. A lot of the places that I like to shop carry them. You can get them at A-Main, a lot of other places. A lot of stores are picking them up. They've got really good support if you ever do need anything. So I don't mind at all just sticking with that and going that direction. Oh yeah, I can't use this. What's Nick saying? Going live on your personal page on the FG40. What is that 408? Nick? Yeah, Nick's saying there's only 4 factories in the world that make lipos, and which is very true. Gens Ace is actually like one of the largest, and they make batteries for everybody. Like a lot of the brand names that you like, likely made by Gens Ace. They also do like a lot of, you know, like the custom little packs that are in a lot of like smart watches and all that kind of stuff. All right. Time for inner fender / side guard motor cover stuff where I may have to remove the motor and flip it over, as Bill pointed out. Okay. All right. Left, front, right, left, right, front. Cool. Nice fit. What do we got? 8 mil. Did I miss a bag of hardware? There it is. That, then it doesn't say where. Another one here, but it's not telling me a screw yet. Oh, I'm guessing it ties in with something else. Okay. I won't assume. Pretty nice. Fit is good. A little bit of gapping around there, but nothing offensive. Okay, rear snaps over. Where do I screw it in? From the side. 114, 8 mils. Why was the head of this screw not fitting? Hello from Australia. Hey. Josh, what would you rate this build so far at 1 out of 10? So far, let's see. What would I rate it? That's a good question. I'm thinking about it. You know, there's... Make sure. Those are 6s, not 8s. What did I... 4. 2. Oh, those are supposed to be 6s, not 8s. I read that wrong. So, the build quality is really good. I think there's a few things that are maybe a little bit more complicated than they need to be. that's noisy. And anything you screw into those shock towers, you really know it. So, man, it's a really hard question. I don't want to just say, you know, I mean, my gut is saying like 7 out of 10, knowing that I don't think there's, you know, there's no product in the world that's a 10 out of 10. Like, there's always something to improve. You know, you always have to, there's, you know, it's like the best product in the world, probably a really high price tag. So it's not perfect then. If you have the best product in the world for the lowest possible price, there's a 10 out of 10, but it's not possible, you know, without just straight up charity, like just straight up giving stuff away. So, you know, it's the 7 out of 10, I think is really good. It's probably one of the, you know, especially in this price point, it's one of the best options. Super nice, everything that comes with it, like just like how complete this truck is with the nice inner fenders and a forward mounted motor. The motor's mounted high, too high, but it's way far forward, and it's got a 2-speed and a dig. Some people will really like that. I don't like 2 speeds, but a lot of people do. Dig I really do like, and I think this one's got a much better chance of working much better than the Capra did. So, like, so much of that is just, it's really, really nice. It's the further and further I go, the more and more I'm like, yeah, I like this. I like this. It feels really good. It cycles really nice. I think that front panhard suspension setup is way overcomplicated and uses too small a links and is going to be a failure point. But, you know, there's going to be failure points in almost everything. All right, Bill, here is the point where I say that you were completely correct and that I need to, you know, take apart the thing so that I can get my motor wires through, because otherwise stuff's in the way. Wah, wah, wah. One of those things you should have paid attention to. It's 10 o'clock already. Either way, we're going to get through this thing. Oh, and here's the part where I hope that those screws don't fall out. So we're going to prop it up. So the reason I have to do this is that these wires, it's got this little fake motor cover, they go over top and kind of caps everything, but I ran the motor wires up top and that just does not clear everything. So I have to actually take the motor off and flip it, because this cam is not just, you can't just flip it from top to bottom. I love the clutch on that, and I should have just adjusted it, but at this point, since I'm having to put it all down, I might as well make sure I get my sensor wire plugged in so that I'm not just screwing myself. I think I'm down. Well, yep. And I think I did it without losing those little motor screws. Yep. Not too bad. Somebody's saying, my capper dig works fine, but some seed don't work as well as it should. The capper dig can work okay, but if you drive like a really well set up dig, they're not nearly as, like, if you drive a really good dig, you'd understand like what I mean, why the capper dig just isn't that great. Capper dig doesn't like to unlock properly under like a hard bind, which are, you know, so there's things like that. And I think this one may do much better, being that it has a mechanical advantage on it. Okay, so we got these in place. Now what do we, 1/7/8 or 14 flatheads. Where is it? Why is it not? I can see you. In my time zone, Josh is already finished. Is that how that works? You screwing into the shock towers? No doubt. All right, so cross brace is on. Where's my motor cover? So they've got, ooh, it clears. Just barely. So their tolerances for screws, or sorry, their tolerances for servos really tight in here as far as like fitting around that motor cover without modification. 10, is that one? And that S9177 is like a perfect fit. So I am 100% positive that not, damn it. Forgot to put the air intake on first. I mean, I'm gonna have to take this. I'm gonna have to take this air intake off right away anyway, because I'm definitely gonna get a couple of turbos from the 1.9 Wraith and twin turbo this thing right away. It's the only option. 1/16 is a 12 mil. Drop the screw. Where'd it go? There it is. Is this seriously? Yeah. You don't have a straight shot at this screw hole. You're like at a I do want 2 of those turbos, Mr. 98 Jeep Cherokee. Either that or I'm going to have to order them. Okay, now back in. And then I can keep talking about how perfectly everything fit. If you put twins on it, you will need more than 2300 kV. But I'm running 2700 kV on 4S. So that seems satisfactory. Satisfactorily overkill? Is that a word? Is that a statement? The accessory harness on the front and everything. I like what they did here. Yep. Everything fits well. Looks good. Let's see. All right. Wheels and tires. Now, for the sake of sakes, I'm just gonna build these as it is, and then later on I will most definitely change wheels, but I might give these tires a shot because I do like the look of a squared off Nitto trail grappler. We've got a bunch of micro servo screws and assortments left, which we will need. Okay. So we got 3-piece speed locks, all plastic. They're just silver painted, but they're a KMC machete. Foams feel good, not too soft, not too firm. It's definitely a wide tire. Okay. Do I prefer sealed or vented wheels and tires? Always vented. Always, always vented. Never sealed. I guess the only reason I would ever do sealed is if I'm doing like a dedicated mud truck that I'm less worried about actual performance than I am the inconvenience of a little water. So, other than that, always vented with proper foams. Proper foams are key. All right. One down. I run sealed bead locks on all my trucks. If you're just trying to keep water out, then I get it. But if you want better performance, vent your tires. Cut a couple of holes in your tires. Middle of the tread, about an 1/8 inch diameter. Yes, I use Crawler Innovations Comp Cut, but mediums usually. If I'm gonna do the same all the way around, I'll run mediums. But normally I run mediums in the rear, softs in the front. Two down. Can I do a side-by-side comparison of the new tire at the older version? Can I? No, I can't. I don't have any of the older ones here. It's considerably wider. Closed cell inners are trash. Oh, you're so wrong. But one day you'll understand. It's okay. But speaking of things that are completely unrelated to what we were talking about, for anyone who didn't watch the Scale News, make sure you go or linked in the description of this video also is the information about the Scale News 100th episode giveaway, where I'm giving away one of the, well, actually the same Holmes Hobbies Puller Pro motor, the V2, and a Castle Mamba X, and I'll pay for international shipping even. Three down. Have you ever tried Proline two-stage foams? I have. I just didn't like them quite as much. Wasn't as big of a fan, and I didn't think they were as consistent. So, did you ever try those air-filled wheels? Yeah, those were, that was like a thing that we tried like before that was a product. Like people made their own, put, little valves in them to try and make it themselves. And we immediately realized that was a terrible setup. That was in like the early, like 2005. All right, beadlocks are done. So now we need to put them on. We got to put there's a spacer that goes on first. Then our wheel hex. And lastly, the wheel pin. Yes, these tires and wheels are factory vented. So they're already properly set up. Not sure exactly the method they used, but yeah, either way, pre-vented. Been watching me for 5 years now. Industry sure has changed. Yeah, it has. Tell you what, this rear drive shaft sure has changed too. Something's messed up there. I'm not sure what, but I got something going on. I'll double check that it's not me first, but why do they have spacers they have to put on? It just keeps the spacing of the portal stub shaft, the inner gear, and the bearings all in check so that nothing tries to pull and rub against the actual face of the portal box. Since it has a gear that goes over it like that, they couldn't obviously have a larger step. Now, what they could have done instead is have like a larger spacer machined into the hex that comes with it. But most likely the issue there was, oh, this pin is gnarly. That they're reusing a hex from something else and they didn't want to retool that. So, small spacer. Oops. What are we at? 10:21. So we're 4 hours and 20 minutes into this? Is that right? Jeez. It's not that bad, I guess, but we haven't done the body. Still not terrible. Oh, again, with the drive shafts, there is a misprint in the book, and it was posted on Facebook. Oh, okay. So I thought you were just saying that that's that the instructions said. I was like, as I'm saying with this, I didn't hear that you said it was a misprint that was posted about. So that makes sense. But unless I can use just ones in the front and just twos in the rear, Boom. All right, now it's, is it all body at this point? It is. Oh man, there's so much body stuff. So, we're not going to do the body, but we are going to look at these body pieces just because. And I'm going to go ahead and put the center caps on just because. Why not? All right. So, what we can do, clear some space. We'll pull all this body stuff up here and we'll take a look at it. But first, we'll flex the suspension out. It feels really good. Here's your bench flex. Steering angle's good. It's not crazy, but it's good. I think you can modify it, probably get a little bit more, shave the bump stops down. I mean, it's better than most of the portal axles that I've seen. That's gonna do well though. I will put on some Vanquish wheels eventually, but I wasn't gonna sit here and assemble Vanquish wheels tonight. And I don't know what color I'm gonna do the body with, so I don't know what color wheels to choose yet. And you know, just these devastating problems I have to figure out. What I mean, this is a winner though. This is a great truck. The things that I think are gonna be a little tricky here and there is adapting something that's built as this much of a system into more custom situations. These fender flares will all come off pretty easily, or you can trim them to the width you need. So that'll be, not too bad. As far as like the front body, the under body clip system, that's not an easy thing. So there is mounts here for actual like regular body posts. You can run standard body posts up and mount things like normal. So they've handled the basics. But from there, anything that's more complex is obviously harder to adapt, and we see that in like the TRX4 world and things like that. What you did in 4 hours would have taken me 20 hours. How do you feel that you have willed another tiny trucker into an existence? Hi, thanks. El Dorado County, I want one for my 4Runner build. Hard Luck agreed. Jeep on portals, LC70 on portals. The wheel choice struggle is real. It is. It's one of the hardest things. All right, let's look at these. Let's look at this body. Let's get stuff out of the way. Won't waste all of your time watching me do random stuff. We're gonna leave the truck on the bench because it looks so good. But look at all that we still have to do here. So going over first, the Jeep JL Unlimited Rubicon body, size-wise is great. It just that's a great fit. Awesome. And it's got an interior tray, which is a further bonus. So you're not seeing in through this big windshield into all that going on underneath. It's going to be completely closed off and just look fantastic. Even better. Body post stuff, which some of that we care about, but not most. And then here's the next good thing, the interior cage. That whole cage that goes in the inside and ties in is awesome. Awesome that they included that for the money. $369. Going with a Jeep is always the best choice. They sell, people like Jeeps. They sell better than anything else. So the driver's head is, well, it's actually like just a face. And then you put the either hat or cowboy hat on top of that, which is slightly creepy. But red molded taillights. Sweet. Oh man, this is just a bag of body details. We got a bunch of this is almost all door handles and door handle mounting stuff, like a whole bag of it. And 4 doors and the bed. Jeez. This is fender flare mounting. Oh, I forgot all about that. So this is inside inner fender well liners and the cowl. This got like a nice deep recess here in the cowl because it's got a plastic insert that goes in that holds the windshield wipers. Like, they didn't need to do that extra, but they did. And again, that's awesome. We have a straight up Jeep steering wheel, the inner vents for the body hood, light buckets, bracing. Here we have a radiator, headlight bezels that are pre-chromed, and then we've got, oh, these are rock sliders, front bumper. I mean, I guess I could technically put on the rock sliders, but rock slider caps, all the actual outer fender flares, all molded. That's awesome. That was an awesome touch on the original Jeep JK model they had in 2012. And then a huge bag of hardware that you need to put that all together. Great stuff. I mean, for a $300 and some odd kit, it's a great buy. Like, I think it's a great value. But I don't know how much longer we need to go on now. We've got the part any of you guys who were here wanted to actually see. So what are we in? 4 hours, 29 minutes. That was a long one. So appreciate everyone who joined in. That was awesome. Yeah. What class would this fall into? How does it stack up points-wise stock? Ooh, I'd have to like really look into it. It should be, I mean, class 2 is where it would fall just because of the tire size. As far as with fender flares, if you actually put smaller tires on it, the bumpers might be too narrow to fit class 1 just because Jeep bumpers aren't all that wide. And I think this one's got like aftermarket styled CRC bumpers. So, you know, like you could make this fit class 1 as long as you don't use the dig. You have to lock out the dig. You can use a 2-speed if you want, even though you wouldn't really in competition. But yeah, it's just class 2 is where it would eat most best fit. Thanks for the stream. May need one of these in my life. Gonna weigh as much as a hard body, if not more. I mean, it's not a light truck, that's for sure, with all the stuff that it's got going on, all the plastic details. Like, man, with a good paint job, which I'm thinking I'm gonna have to do, seeing how nice this body is, like, it's gonna be a great looking truck. I don't know 100% what I'm gonna do to it, just because I like Jeeps. This is going to be done so well. I don't know. What bumper mounts? I mean, it's got regular post-style bumper mounts, so pretty standard, I think. Hand under truck again. That's, yes, agreed. And drive shaft falling out from under truck. We'll have to fix that. Unless you live in Australia and it's close to $1,000. That sucks. Could you run 80mm shocks? No. I mean, well, yeah, you could, but I'm telling you, this front panhard situation and all of the little cutouts and notches, you would be running into interference issues quickly. So I wouldn't suggest it. Wraith 1.9 needs more love. I know what you mean. Stingray color. Oh, that's a good color choice. It's hard. It doesn't show up great in pictures and video though, which is kind of what I'm worried about. Like the darker colors, just like, you know, blacks and dark grays. Painting is not hard, Harley. Just take the time, be patient. And I know, but there's people that are so patient and are so good. So any binding? No. Well, definitely not now without a rear drive shaft in it. But I mean, this thing's spun super smooth. I mean, I have a motor in here already, so. Feels great. I've just been listening. I swear I can hear in your voice you don't have that hand there. Let's see. Bright orange metallic. I know, I have such a hard time not just choosing an orange. I got to figure it out. What is best color on camera? Like, not like bright colors, just that like stand out, you know, oranges and greens and blues, but blue everybody got when they got the demo. So I'm not going to do blue. You know, yellow's cool. And I used to have, my Pro used to be yellow, so I could do yellow. Yeah, I don't know. That's going to be the hard choice. But regardless, it's built. We got the hard part done and in under 4.5 hours. So check out the full size that Dan Fresh drives. I'll have to do that. How to paint it in non-polycarb paint and not have it flake. Ooh, I mean, polycarb paint's pretty important. Yeah, that's tough. You got to find polycarbonate paint. Yeah. Let's see. Seafoam green. Ooh, I don't mind a sea, like Tic Tac green. That's not, you know, that's not a bad choice. Velveto or Cheeto color. Oh my God. I think I should just do orange like the other three or the factory lime green. Yeah, that's, I have so many choices to make. Red is good on camera, but they did the 2017 Jeep JK in red, and I don't know that I want to do that. So, yeah. Anyway. All right, fellas and lady that might be watching. Probably my mom. But anyway, appreciate it, guys. Thanks for watching. It's been a long one. My voice is shot. So, hit the like button before you leave, though. Go do it. And then go enter the giveaway for the Holmes Hobbies Polar Pro and the Mamba X. The link's in the description. Thanks again. I'm tired. This was a fun build. Have a great rest of the week. And we'll see you soon. Take it easy, guys.